Oh my god, I am such a fucking idiot. For like the past 3 days, I've been playing games and streaming and whatnot, and my right headphone hasn't been working at all. So I thought, you know, it must have been broken, but it's only a few months old. So being broken is impossible. Today, I looked over at the connection, and the fucking plug is like halfway out, and I'm like, I'm a moron. I hate to admit that I have those moments more often than not, but I realize I'm an idiot a lot. And this game certainly won't help, because it's a puzzle thinky game, and I have 2 brain cells, so. But, we're going to press on. Chapter 4, we just finished the, what is it, the runaway carriage murder mystery thing, where we found out that, that Irish mofo is, clearly guilty AF. So, I don't know what the hell's going to happen next. I'm assuming the next case is probably going to be one of the, similar to the second one, where it was mostly just solving the mystery with Herlock Sholmes, but I'm still curious to see where all this setup is going. Because, you know, Cosima had that thing he wanted to do, but, you know, spoiler alert, he passed away before he could tell us what it was. And then, in the last one, this dude has so much power and influence he can just manipulate evidence, and I'm like, holy crap. So, yeah, let's see where the hell this goes. Episode 4, The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Is that a Japanese thing that's, for some reason, in Great Britain? That's odd. Oh yeah, we met the girl that made the gun or whatever.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening.
Damn, bitch got a knife in her back.
To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Wow. So the last one was, it could only have been this dude. This one is, it can't be anyone. Let's see how our Japanese friend handles this, shall we? "19th February, 9:47 a.m., British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. He slept in a cabin, get it? Cabin. Cabinet. I meant to say cabinet. It wasn't even a cabinet, it was a wardrobe. It's been 2 weeks. Why am I getting this stuff wrong already? I'm telling you, I only have 2 brain cells, and they're wasted on messing up in this game. Anyway, I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learnt that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops. Sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. Damn, really? Well, I don't know. I'm not an expert on currency back in whenever this took place. Get off me. Yes, go. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Ugh, I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh, London is a scary place. Ah, good morning to you at this early hour. Ah, Lord Chief Justice, I forgot your name. Oh, yes, well... What was his name again? Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. I feel like I'm in one of those party situations where, like, someone tells you their name, but you forgot what it was immediately, so you're kind of waiting for someone else to say their name so you can jump in and pretend you remembered it, but, like, no one's saying it. Say his name so I can remember. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Susato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Strongheart! See, I knew it. See? Yeah. Don't doubt me. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Huh. Initiation? I brought up stuff that was, like, decades old, apparently. But it helped me win. Well, it helped me get off a killer, I think. I don't fucking know. It had to have been a killer, right? Who knows? Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been appraised of events, or apprised. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh! No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. This dude in on it. This dude fucking in on it. He knows something's up. I don't trust this dude. What more were you hoping for? The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. You know what? If Tara comes back and requests it, I'll do the Irish accent again, but I don't think I do it very well, so I'm not going to try right now. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. That's why I'm sketchy as shit about this dude. He altered the evidence, and I fucking ran with it. Ugh, I feel terrible. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo. It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away, immediately following the trial. What the fuck? No way. No. What? Mr. McGilded is dead? Okay, why are there birds in this clock tower office? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Okay. Yes, please. What the fuck do you mean he died? I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Oh yeah, the fire! I forgot about that. Was he the one that was stuck in it? Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilded. That's awful! The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. Oh, he whispered that. Sorry, one second. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. Really? After what we proved in court of it being tampered with, Scotland Yard wasn't gonna... Okay. This dude, man. This dude. I don't trust him. But then who was Mr. McGilded talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. They didn't even okay. I was about to yell into my microphone, and I really would have apologized to you guys for that, but they didn't even want to re-examine it after it was proven that it was tampered with, so I don't know what the fuck Scotland Yard's doing. This line here makes me think this dude, you know, in capital letters, this dude. My face is just bruh. Anyway. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Oh, God. Kazuma, this is something to do with you, isn't it? Poor Mr. McGilded. Yeah, I'm not... He wasn't poor in any way. Not even morally poor for dying. Fucking that dude was suspicious AF. Alright, British court. Apparently I have to ask about the British court for some reason. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... Wow. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the Okay, so without the itty, it's just solemn. So, solemnity? I like to consider myself a good reader, but there's some words in this game that just... Maybe it's because it's old-timey, and they're not really used anymore, but... Steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. How do you hear what's in my head? Or was this just whispers? I still haven't established that. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. That's corrupt. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? You motherfucker. It wasn't simple at all. Evidence was tampered with. I enacted British rules that were like decades old. What the fuck you mean simple? Oh, okay, thank you. She voiced it for me. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. Wait, hold on. He didn't even go to the trial. I mean, this was before the trial even started. What do you mean it's a trial I couldn't lose? That means he knew something beforehand. He knew it was going to be tampered with or something. Because that first omnibus that came in there didn't have the blood on the floor, and it didn't have, or it did have stuff in the storage compartment. But after the smoke bomb, the blood appeared and the storage compartment was empty. This dude, man. Bruh. This dude. Anyway. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? No. 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 I just showed up. He was expecting someone else and was ready to send me home until we begged for a chance. And then he gave us a chance. He didn't know how good we were. We just studied for like a month on a boat to be lawyers. And he's like, no, you need to have years of experience and teaching and blah, blah, blah. This dude up to something, bruh. Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. I feel like they're setting me up to take the blame for something. So, this does not bode well for our right friend. Which is precisely why I prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Okay, well, I guess we're gonna not question him about that and just move on to the case details. Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me. It's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, the case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died as yet. Okay, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and elaborate on that one. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. Well, that's new for this game, and we're only on the second to last case. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow, then. Is everything alright? Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after McGilded's trial. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Let me guess, the victim that was thrown off in the snow is the real murdered victim inside the first carriage that Mr. McGilded then duplicated in order to get off the hook. Okay, you know what, I'm trying to think like 3 twists ahead. So let's just keep going. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Ugh, here we go again. I don't know why, but I was suddenly reminded of the San Andreas meme. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. Ooh, you know what? I didn't even notice that. I can only imagine that must be an important point, just because they had the main character reiterate it in his head, or whisper it. Again, not sure what the blue text is, but he did say there was plenty of time, and now he's saying, I have to hurry. This dude, bruh. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh? Another thing? Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. Is he holding French fries? Those look like French fries. Or chips, I guess, in Britain. Still, I'm fucking hungry. I could go for some French fries. Even though I just ate. I'm fat ass. Anyway, he'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been standing there? So, I wish you the best of luck, and bid you farewell. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. They must be speaking English, because I can't assume a regular detective in Britain would know Japanese. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Chips! Oh, I can't even convert. I have to examine him? Okay. Well, let's do that, I guess. Fish and chips! That is fish and chips out of a newspaper cone. Which, is that how they used to be served? Because I'm not an expert on history, but that still looks delicious. And I'm still hungry. But anyway. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Ah! Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Ah! Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know. Ugh, but Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Hmm? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. By the way, I don't know if I'm yelling too loud, and I don't know if I have anyone here to go ahead and confirm or deny that for me, so I apologize in advance, but I do have the house to myself right now, so I'm being louder than usual, which is great, because I don't usually get that opportunity, but I would hate to inconvenience anyone that watches. So, apologies in advance, but let's go ahead and continue on. I don't believe that we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Yeah? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Sue. Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm gonna go ahead and bet money right now. This dude's catching some feels for our assistant. Unbelievable. How'd she pull that off? So, Lord Stronghart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson, Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? I'm gonna go ahead and talk to my audience directly here. I bet he's in those stories about Herlock Sholmes. Does this detective's name mean something to her? Tell me about yourself. Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact. Very well. Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Rantst magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful, friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Oh, you've earned. Earned. Wow, that's a unique word. Is that old-fashioned earn in past tense? Earned? Because I just naturally went to earn. You've earned his high... Okay, you know what? I'm dwelling way too much on this. Let's move on. Gregson's at the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not. And thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand. My reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people. That's fair. But I'm surprised that people aren't more rumoring about how he can fit so many fish and chips in a goddamn newspaper. Alright, tell me about the case, buddy. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. I have a question for anyone that might be listening who knows about British police, but why is their FBI essentially called Scotland Yard? Isn't Scotland a whole other country? Like, why would they name the yard after Scotland? Like, why isn't it, like, something more, you know, English? Like King George Yard or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there. But, like, Scotland Yard? That just always struck me as odd. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, wouldn't you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. Wait. They arrested him so fast that he didn't have time for a cup of tea, quote-unquote? I'm doing air quotes. You can't see it, but I'm doing it. So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barrick Van Zeeks. Oh, great. We get to go up against him again. You know what? I'm going to be honest. He was a little arrogant, but he wasn't too bad a guy in the last one. He at least respected all the rules and crap. And it didn't seem like he was really out to just get the defendant because he's a defendant. He was out for the truth. Which is why the whole evidence tampering thing was important. But anyway, let's go ahead and continue. No! Sorry, that line made me laugh. Sounds like you've heard of him then. Yeah, more than heard of him. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. And undefeated until yesterday, when I showed up. But that's neither here nor there, I guess. The Reaper of the Bailey. Oh, I guess we're gonna ask about him. Okay. Lord Barrick Van Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilda told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. And what of it? Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Magnus McGilda became a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Okay, so he's implying that Van Zeeks has lost many cases where the defendant was declared not guilty, but that afterwards, all the defendants somehow met an untimely end. I had some respect for the guy before, but now, I don't know. I'm kind of wishy-washy on that. Not totally sure. Anyway. Right, well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place? That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've branded him a criminal already. He's as good as. Shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. It'll give you a chuckle, if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. Oh my god, loud. There's a way to turn that down, right? I need to turn that down. Otherwise, when I play a game that's actually supposed to be scary, I'm going to start getting jump scares, and I don't understand it. But anyway, thank you, Pickle, so much for the raid. Raiding with a party of 3. Well, welcome. Welcome, guys. How you doing? Oh, yeah, I'm gonna practice my command so that I don't keep forgetting this. At the Pickle. Yay! Okay. Cool. That actually works. I am so glad for that. And thank you again. What's up? Nothing much, dude. Nothing much. Just playing the great Ace Attorney Chronicles, having a good time. Suspicious of pretty much everyone I meet because they're all sus as fuck. But playing some Trails in the Sky. Yeah. How was the game? How was the stream? Make a lot of progress tonight? I was gonna stop by and say hi, but I actually got off work a little early, so I had dinner early. I finished my stuff early and was just like, let's just dive into Great Ace Attorney, because actually I'm really enjoying this game. The last case was fucking crazy, and this one is, well, I don't know, if this game is any indication, it's just gonna be just as crazy, so it's gonna be a good time. But yeah, gonna finish chapter 1 on the next stream. Nice, very nice. I know there's a lot of those Trails in the Sky games. So is this the first one? Because it, well, just judging from the title, because I'm not an expert, it says Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky. I don't see any kind of like 2 or 3 or whatever. Yeah, first one? Okay, cool. I know Funky was playing like number 3 or 4 or something, but good. I hope you're enjoying it. First in the series, nice. Man, I wish I could get into those older RPGs more, but I don't know. I hit a wall when it comes to like the graphics, which is really shallow of me to say, but that's just who I am, I guess. I don't know, but yeah, I'm glad you had a good stream, bud. Oh, it's not your first time playing through it? Well, I hope you're acing it then. You better be doing 100% of all the stuff you got to do. No deaths, perfect boss kills, all that shit. And now I assume you're gonna go play Final Fantasy. Oh no! I clicked. Oh fuck. So I'm still. Oh, still reeling. Okay, I read that already. So far, so good. Good. Glad to hear it, bud. If you jump on Discord with them, tell them I say hi. If I can finish this chapter, I'll probably join you guys. But these chapters have been taking like 5 hours each, so I'm not entirely sure I'm gonna be able to make it in time. But, yeah, it is what it is. What was I gonna say though? But yeah, enjoy yourself. Thanks for dropping by. To the people you brought, I don't know if it's like people I know or not, but if not, I'm Allegory. I play a variety of stuff, and I'm chill. So hang out if you want. If not, thanks for dropping by. I'm glad my shout out works though. That's the first time I've actually tested it live, so that's good. Okay, I need to take the some out of that, though, because that makes the sentence sound weird. They were last seen playing some The Legend of Heroes. Yeah. You feel special now? That's good. You are special, bud. You're a great streamer. You're a cool guy. I appreciate you. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think... I was about to say, like, did you really just ask her if she'll help? She, like, took a boat all the way to Japan to be your assistant. Of course she's going to help you. I'm also a great streamer. Keep it up. I will do my best for you, dude. Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial... That's what I just said. Honestly, if I got $1 for the amount of times I would, like, call stuff out and they immediately address it, I would have a lot of money right now. But... it's funny. After all, I am your judicial assistant. I swear I'm better at reading, I promise. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes! Let's go! Okay, quick question. I was left alone in the Lord Chief Justice's office. Can I dig through his files? Can I look through his desk? This would be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. Feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home. is made of bricks and stone here. I know, that's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. You don't want to dig through it even a little bit? I mean, honestly, I think the Lord Chief is really suspicious, and I want to dig through his desk. Maybe in a future case, we'll see. Let's go to the prison and visit the defendant first. Oh man, look at that candle graphic. It's definitely not the same 4 sprites in a random order. 19th February, local prison, cell 9. Wait, no, I need prisoner 53. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo, you're making it seem worse. Okay. Apparently our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I? Am I a cat as yet with no name? Calling me by a number? It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of I was about to say compliments. That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. What? Tirade of complaints was in Japanese. I'm sorry? He looks British. Why is he talking in Japanese? Excuse me, but shh, quiet. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Right. So, could I ask you, who there you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it, you're a ghost. Is this Edgar Allan Poe? Is that who this is supposed to be? I'm not familiar with the times that he lived, but... a ghost? We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Prisoner-san, that's funny. Are you... Japanese, by any chance? This is... beyond my wildest dreams. Who the fuck is this guy? Forgive me for that outburst before, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it. It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Why does he remind me of the Ginyu Force when he does that? He's got, like, poses out the ass, and it's like the weird-ass Ginyu Force poses. Which, by the way, I'm surprised I remembered that name. God, it's been a long time since I watched that. Who could have guessed this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us? Turned out to be a fellow Japanese. Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon. Yeah, definitely Ginyu. A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can. I will! Shan't stay sullen and silent! I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Is this what Kazuma was here for, this dude? Notably, notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume. Definitely not Poe. But he looks like he could pass for him, kind of. Anyway, tell me about yourself, brother. Soseki Natsume-san. What an unusual name. Wow, really? You're gonna say it's unusual and your name's Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Okay, cool. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. Ah, pen name. Got it. It's his fake author's name, kind of like how Nine-Tailed Frog goes by Ronald. Nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No, no, no! Don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku. That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery, and now this. It's beyond the pale. Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something, does it mean you can do it? No. What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi. Is washi Japanese for paper? You must be a man of great standing. Oh, yes. So I'm often told.
And often like to be told, it seems.
Alright, well, what were you accused of, buddy? I can't protect you without the details. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it! I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? Oh, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife, right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Yeah, well the last one was pretty complicated too, to be fair, but that's just kind of our MO at this point. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient.
So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker.
It's vital that we find out more about the case. Okay. Well, I guess anything else you can tell us? You weirdo? It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings.
Sure the bookstop wasn't accursed too?
As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Wow, he is shaking like a leaf. You weren't exaggerating that one. Oh, but slight exaggeration there, perhaps? I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know of any of these fair-haired English, and a young woman at that? I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. Yeah, I can see why. I see.
A young woman unknown to Soseki-san.
And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one?
Oh, great.
So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? Hmm?
What conundrum?
Alright. I guess I'm gonna ask about the conundrum, and she's just not gonna tell us immediately. What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Soseki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did.
But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit?
No, the question is, how did they catch him? What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Okay, I guess the blue is not thoughts, it's whispers, which is unfortunate.
Oops, perhaps I thought that a little too...
Okay, okay, here's my proof. I'm going to screenshot this. Proof that the blue is thoughts. And for some reason, people are just able to read his mind. But anyway, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. I know, why am I the lawyer? This chick's figuring everything out. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck. Accursed great detective.
Oh, could it be?
I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busybody, begone. May you be cursed until the end of your days, Airlock Holmes, or Sholmes. I knew it. Mr. Sholmes? Airlock Sholmes.
Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure.
It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me. This is the police, put the weapon down. Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but it wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Hairlock Sholmes. It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in the detection here in London. Oh, in detection, not in the detection. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man?
I wonder what great deduction process led him to this conclusion this time.
Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. fiendish foreign flim-flammery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, but my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. The next thing I knew, I was in manacles. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh, yes, alright, yes. They've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student? I've defended a case at the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why? Why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me, in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Alright, buddy. I will see you later. Let's go to the scene of the crime. Is this where we run into Sholmes? 19th February, Briar Road. Okay, that's no man suspicious. Break him down. There's a body in there. So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, but I've never dreamt I'd ever come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one today. I have to try one on one day. Boy, that was a tongue twister. Well, I hope your Hattie dream comes true. Oh, and there's Gregson. Good old Gregson. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson. This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells, then? What do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. And the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Ugh, the stone-cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air. Okay, not exactly helping there, but got it. That makes it worse somehow. Alright, let's talk to him. We'll get the talking out of the way now. Investigate in a second. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Again, still not sure why it's called Scotland Yard. Should have been called something like Buckingham Yard. Ever since I read about it in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, man. Oh, and you know, I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. Wow, good try. It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby's hard going, I can tell you. Wow, I don't know why my voice started going southern for that. Oh, really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up. Yep, raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit. I had no idea. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. I suppose in between all of those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle these jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit. I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. Alright. What information you got, Gumshoe? It happened at around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in a hospital. I never said she was a lady. The truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means they haven't been able to make a statement from her, to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's yard policy to give lawyers, defendants, suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. Local map has been entered. Nice! Alright, court record on map. Alright, we got Meerschaum Street, Calabash Road, Briar Road. And a street on the bottom that is unidentified. Got it. I assume the X is where she died, so. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. It... what? We have two very reliable witnesses, no less. Ah! It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. They were witnesses now. Please, tell me about these witnesses. Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Ah! A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked? Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them banging the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh. I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to.
That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems.
A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. I like his sarcasm. Reminds me of myself. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color is drained from his cheeks. Okay, well, first let's ask about tomorrow's trial, I guess. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean. There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It is all a bit strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals. The violent ones. The master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely? That's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's gotta be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really gonna have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? Tell me about Sholmes! Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle faddle! Ah! The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He's a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gabble. Ah! Ever seen this before? Oh, yes, that's Rant's Magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Holmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. And if you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tale at all. He's crushing his fish and chips. That's so sad. Well, I suppose there is an element to that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. Uh-oh. She wants to go talk to Sholmes. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsumi did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address, even. It's Baker Street. How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. Better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage! So, we're to have a reunion already. With the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Not yet. No, let's examine. Let's check out the snowman. Hee, what a delightful snowman. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy, though. Oh, it has a scarf, look. You need one if you're out this freezing cold all the time. Wow, I butchered that sentence up. And the one before it. Let's go ahead and try that again. Oh, it has a scarf, look! You'd need one if you were out in the freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment, too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his. But the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Okie dokie. Can we talk to him? What you looking at? It's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. Ugh. No. No. Why does this look suspicious? Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you'd ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I know you'd agree with me. We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. Really? Okay, that's adorable. Why can't I examine this? There are piles of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks. It seems carriages often travel down Briar Road. It soon disperses all the snow. I slipped over when I was walking down the pavement earlier. It seems like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead. Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruhodo, and dressed all in black. I worry coachmen might not see you and you could be flattened by horses. Well, thank you for the rather small concern. Oh, this street is Strand Street. Okay. So the map said it was like Meacham, Briar Road, something road, and then the one on the bottom is Strand Street. Oh wow, that's an abandoned building. Those windows are broken. That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonably level floors. Why is this building so fucked up? Wait, why is this side inspectable but that one isn't? Oh, look at the windows of that building there. Are you sure they're windows? Yes, but they're all filled in with bricks. Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment. There's smoke coming from the chimneys, though. Oh dear, everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. Oh, this smoke. I can examine the smoke, too? Oh, the clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And with the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Well, it is known as Foggy London Town. I can just make out some sort of spire through the fog. It looks like it's still being built, though. Aha! Yes, that must be the Crystal Tower, being built for the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Apparently it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides and the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition. It's to be the largest exposition in history, is it? Can't even begin to imagine it. Ah, okay, that's why that was inspectable, because that's back here. Alright, I think that's everything. Let me just check the other side real quick. Ah, it's a police carriage, I'm not concerned about it. Alright, let's go to Holmes's house, I guess. Sholmes's house. Alright. Let's go visit this guy again. I love cutscenes and animation and voice acting.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again.
No one seems to bat an eye that he has a sword, which I think is odd.
This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Wasn't his assistant Wilson the one that got killed in Japan? Dr. Wilson? Forensic medicine, health, whatever. I guess we'll find out, won't we? 19th February, 12:53 p.m. Sholmes' suite. There's a knife with letters under it over there. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. That's peculiar. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san? Many, many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down in an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me. Oh, she's obsessed. Well, looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Hello, you. Hello, is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello. Wait. Aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. Yeah, how could you mistake it? She was very unique. Miss Susato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. Okay, well, we've lost her. We've lost her officially. The King of where's he at? King Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ormstein, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment, and look over there. The tea's brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you. I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too. Yeah, she was the one with the gun. Ah, there you are. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh, yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here. And you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us, by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, Shirley? Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? Slow bow, got it. It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. Ah, she has to be the daughter of the Dr. Wilson from the first case, right? The one that, you know, R.I.P. buddy. I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait. This can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. Susie? And Runo? There's more to this girl that meets the eye. Yeah, was it the gun that gave you the first hint to that dude? Come on, you're supposed to be super lawyer. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. Alright, let's talk to the pink-haired girl that lives with the detective. That's not sketchy at all. Iris, tell me about yourself, kid. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey? Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though, at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this? Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Ginny? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommates? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. Jesus fucking Christ, she's 10. Sholmes is roommates with a 10-year-old. I feel like this is already... Like, am I allowed to stream this? Am I gonna get in trouble for this? Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no. They're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Wilson. So, like the Wilson in the stories, but like, also Wilson like the doctor in Japan. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and... Oh, you have a copy of Ranced magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? That's right, Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness! Last night he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. That's my story. So you are the author? Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure The Speckled Band. The Speckled Band, that's certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories, here and there. Oh god. Sorry. This time I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... It's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? So, do you mean to say... Are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Ranced magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. Oh, Susato's gonna be so disappointed. That's sad. She's gonna realize that the stories are altered and embellished. Exaggerated. But all the stories I've ever read. are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Suseto-san's getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I am a doctor of medicine. No, at 10 years old? At 10 years old. The Ace Attorney series has a thing about making all their prodigies super young. It's kind of funny. Well, that's quite incredible. But, Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow? I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world is just falling apart. Oh, that's so sad. My heart goes out to her. Alright, well, tell me about your deductions, at least. About before. Yes, yes? What's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes, oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted. Although, there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Don't tell me she's gonna do her dance. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ, she's got one too. Holy shit. Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey, I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Ah. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilvey, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face. So I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Now, Runo has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. She was more spot on than Sholmes was. And I had to help Sholmes through like 3 of those back on the ship. Anyway. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. She's very impressionable. Clearly takes after Sholmes. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed the certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery. Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please? The case of the Japanese man. So, yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying? Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking stooped man? Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Soseki-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all. But it seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking stooped man shivering in fear. Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did, he's a great detective. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying to catch the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is. But in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Ah, well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson while you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody. In that case, give Gregsy this for me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Okay. I would like to look at that myself, though. Is that actually what it says? 5 shillings, looks like that. 1844, okay. Well, no, that's the date the coin was made. It could be any time after that, but at least it's 1844, I guess. This is a 5-shilling piece, isn't it? I believe it's called a crown. Yes, and you can train a Scotland Yard detective to do whatever you want with just a single one. Iris must be the most powerful 10-year-old in the world. How much is 5 shillings, by the way? What's it really worth? Well, it's probably enough to buy all the chips the inspector could possibly eat in a whole month. That's greasy. How do I... This way. Tell him everything won't trust him won't be a problem. Iris Wilson. Okay. I'm just gonna give it to him. I don't really need to inspect it. Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck, then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, at least Susato-san seems to have recovered from that world-destructing revelation quickly. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. She's oddly happy to go back to the place with murder. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. To be continued. It's not the end of the chapter, though. That's just the end of... what, Inspection 1? Investigation 1. Investigation Part 2. Alright, let's get to Investigation Part 2. February, 2:38 p.m., Briar Road. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Present that. No. Present it. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? Sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here, at once! Come on, hand it over, that's for me! Oh, don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well... it's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me, every time. Yes, of course, I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector, that must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. It says. Well, obviously, it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustached Japanese fellow? He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there. Look. Oh. The decrepit building. On the first floor of that house on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garadeb? Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector. We will. Take a chill pill, buddy. Jesus. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. Why is he, like, so obsessed with this 10-year-old? Again, I'm worried my stream's going to be in trouble. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. Move. New location, look at that. Sorry, I was reading the little, like, descriptions of the place. In the last one we did, in Chapter 2, whenever there was a location we needed to go to, there would be a little hint where it's just like, I wonder what's going on here. So, I was just wondering if there's anything I had to go back to, but I guess we'll see. Damn, there is a lot going on in this room. We got a cannon with some kind of apron draped over it. We got a military outfit there with a sword, a British sword, not a Japanese sword, clearly. Metal up there, some tilted pictures, a window with actual windows and not bricks, which seems a little suspicious to me, but yeah, there's definitely a lot going on. I'm suspicious already. 19th February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Oh, hello. That explains the maid apron. May I help you? Yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garrideb? Oh, this is Garrideb. Whoops. Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garrideb. Did you see that, Mr. Sato? That was a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We need only to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garrideb will see you now. This way. Hello? Well, I guess since I have to inspect him, I guess, to talk to him, I can look around for a bit first. Oh, wait, what's the button to go but? Oh, man. What is with all the cracked pottery here? Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken, and the crockery is... oh dear, it's in pieces. It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware any justice. Ah, I wonder... perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Yes, probably something like that, but let's not delve too deeply here. The window is not bricked up, which is odd for me, but... check it out. This window looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. Oh yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Does this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in this pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. It seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident, then. Alright, what about this table with the desserts? Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up. Looks more like someone has half demolished them but me. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. It is Mr. Garrideb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute, though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Well, naturally, and it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garrideb doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up. How magnanimous of you. Yeah, okay. You may have had guests, I don't believe you. Alright, what's behind this thing? Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick, just a little peek. Maybe let's not, Mr. Sato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Anyway, what's this medal? That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight. What, that old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the General would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's the best place for it. It keeps the bally thing out of my way. So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose? There appears to be an inscription on the metal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, for distinguished participation. Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. I just realized his face, his hair to his chin looks kind of like a crescent moon. Just kind of like a crescent. Like you throw a ball at it and it would just go, woo! Alright, anyway. Let's check out this uniform. The uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked after, though. That old thing? Pah, not much better than rags, really. Oh? Wore that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past. Me? Would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it? You have a fucking cannon in your living room. Sorry. Sorry, didn't mean to yell. Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past? Well, please, tell me about the memorabilia. That's a full-size cannon. What's it doing in here? Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica. That old thing? Bah, that's little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. How is it useful? It eats up half your living room. Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garrett? Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. Can I examine these bullets? Are those mortar shells? They're enormous. Ah, I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here? Ah, those old things? A couple of little rounds I accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know? Became a bit of colorful regiment folklore, that incident. You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells? Well, I wouldn't say deliberately, exactly. They're only scrap iron, after all. Usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come in useful, do you? Useful for what, exactly? Yes, well... Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day while she was dusting. Oh no! Hadn't shed a tear since 1969 before then, you know. Maybe reconsider throwing them away? His pipe's broken. I just noticed that. Alright, anything else? Sure, what are these books? Why not? I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garrett. Do you enjoy reading? Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book. Oh, there's a copy of Ranced magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garrett enjoys the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, too. The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. Alright, let's do it. Good day to you. John Garrett, at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. I took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwan, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and downstairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. Really, Ryunosuke? Come on. Ryunosuke carries around a katana, but he doesn't exactly paint himself as a man's man. Which is, you know, okay. It's not a bad thing, it's just... You know, toughen up just a little bit. It's 1844. It'll really benefit you. Anyway, you really must take more exercise, Mr. Nar. Ah, she's making fun of him too. That's funny. Ugh, do you think so? Well, Mr. Garrett, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ah! Dash it all, woman. Be careful. Oh, dearie me. I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it, living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Rance magazine here, so... Eh? No, Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room. It's a bally nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. What does jolly unsettling mean? Happy unsettling? British slang is beyond me at the moment. About Mr. Matsumi then, Mr. Garrett, please do tell us. Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently. I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago, you see. There'd been... Ah! Dash it all, Joan. Do be careful. Oh, my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion... I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh? Why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Is there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh, yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. The Shady Lodger. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes! The man was shadier than an orchard! Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else is in the house, has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night, but I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Ah. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct? That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor, on street level. Then how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example? Even the times they go to bed? Uh-oh. Ah! Good grief, Joan. Be more careful, woman. Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. tell me what you saw, I guess. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement, just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garrett household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well, yes, was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of... Ah! For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing. Oh, dear me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do me more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow? Oh, yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garrett? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... Ah! Joan, dash it all, what is the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite. That maid is also suspicious. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Garrett. What is the matter with these two? It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what? I wish I knew. Alright, let's get permission. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak? Yes, told me Nat's his name, had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean? I don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Alright, goodbye to you two idiots. A new location, yay. Alright, here we go. The defendant's bedroom. Damn. That is gross. And there's a kitty! 19th February, Mr. Natsume's room. What? Just look at this place. Smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. Excuse me? No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Oh, the windows are bricked up. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes. Once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garrett told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. I guess we're just going to work our way around the room. Kitty! Oh, little kitty. It's just a little kitty. Wait, no. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. It's made me feel homesick now. Already? You've only been in the country for 2 days. Yeah, but technically I've been on a boat for months studying, because, you know, I'm a good student. I'm a good noodle. That desk seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh, yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase, 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. Oh, this is going to be key evidence somehow, ain't it? That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some bold books. Alright, more evidence. Let's go. Court record. I'm going to look at the thing. Your book, 70 February, 4:45. Mr. Natsume, the sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq. Lecoq? I'm going to go with Lecoq. A meal for Gaborio, Canterbury Yearnings. Is that it? Wow, that wasn't many books at all. What's in the case? I can't expect the case. Look at the kitty. Look at this kitty. Oh, look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat's sure to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Is this a honey jar? Okay. Oh, wait, what is this? What the fuck? This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here, too. Ah, I believe that is a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo. A gas meter? Yes, it seems there is piped gas in this district, which I was about to say consumers. Wow, I'm an idiot. Consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. So if we were to put a coin in the slot, that would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for the whole night. So if you're too poor to have a coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold? That's right, as would a rich man who only carried crisp white notes. Brr, London is a scary place. Okay, that looked like a safe for a second because I just saw the lock. I guess we'll inspect these books the cat hid behind. Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reached the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe, for me at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. So reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of a tea ceremony philosophy. Okay. Let's check the window. Why is it frickin' bricked? Could you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although, all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. So really, it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on in a fit of whimsy. Ugh, that's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely tiring. I would imagine so. Wait. There. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrawled all over them. In English. It looks like the waste paper basket is so full they've just fallen out. I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess. I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth. Okay, I guess we'll go to the other side of the room. There you are, you prick. Everything else is examined, right? Yeah. Let's talk to Sholmes. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Aha, there he is. Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, you two. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Burya. Yes, of course, the Burya. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course. The case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh! Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr... Oh, no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. His brain attic instead of his mind palace? That's funny. Miss Naruhodo. And Mr. Susato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I lose the first round. Here he is. Here's Mr. Holmes. I keep getting... Oh, God. I can barely talk. I don't know what's wrong with me. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London, but some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Saseki-san in that short of an amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest I should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Alright, converse. Let's talk to this dude. But before I do that, I'm going to be right back. I gotta get some water. So just one moment, please. Thank you. I really need to get a be right back screen. At least a be right back screen that has sound. I do have an amateur one, but I don't think it's great, so eh. Anyway, let's get back to this. Let's talk about the arrest. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophily. I know it's like bibliophilia is the love of books. Bibliophily? Bibliophily. God, I don't freaking know. Whatever. Move on. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh, dear. Alright, well, tell me about the landlord, then. Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garrison, a retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. It was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. Ha ha! Ha ha, Ryunosuke. You're so funny. Oh, look, you already got it. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garrison. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. Oh, come on, Ryunosuke. Although it is easy to see how he, you know, passes this shit on along to Phoenix. The dingy room. The dingy room. Dingy. I think it's dingy. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes, why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window. Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts, but it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? I am with him on this one. What the fuck is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. While the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention. Oh no, this matter is very important. He is saying that even though the quality of this room is low, they still rented it out to this foreigner for significantly lower than that. And I can only assume this has something to do with some kind of setup against Mr. Natsume. Like, they wanted someone here to take the blame for a future crime. And the fact that the ones upstairs knew his schedule so well means that they could have planned it around those times. This has to be a setup. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Anyway. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Oh, is that it? Oh, that was it? Okay. Well, I believe I've told you all I can for now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes. Trust. Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not this is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garrett is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garrett secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Has he really? Can I go over and look? Ah, he has. Alright, well, I guess that's all we're gonna get from here. Let's go back upstairs. See, that's what I was talking about right there. The little hint that, like, there might be something new and different there that you gotta go check out. We haven't been to this place in a while, have we? You see, this doesn't have it, this doesn't have it, that doesn't have it, that doesn't have it. Although I still want to investigate that damn desk. I don't trust Strongheart for a second. 19th February, 1844. Mr. Garrett room. Oh, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Oh yes, rings a vague bell. All the detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me Ah! For the umpteenth time moment, will you watch what you're ballywell doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. I'm sorry, I'm not... If I ever did give this woman a voice, because I know I just kind of started leaning into it, but if I ever did give this woman a voice, I have no idea what the fuck it would sound like. She's got the puffy cheeks, so I'm like pinching my cheeks trying to... I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. God. I could go for it, I don't know. Hopefully she doesn't talk too much, but we'll see. Yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrett is hiding something. Since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Oh, did you know who just show up there? Yep, there he is. The fuck are you doing up there, Sholmes? What's he even doing over there? Mr. Sholmes? We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. And one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect it going through that again so soon. Do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so. There is just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Uh-oh. Here we go again. Mr. Garrett, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, Your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements.
I beg your pardon.
The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you've lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Shum's conclusions are both spot on.
How could you possibly be?
How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts.
Ah!
And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Airlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh shit, here we go again. Topic 1. Nature of the beast. Conclusion? It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Alright, he looked over there. Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrett, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that of the lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts.
What is this piffle, I ask you?
In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house.
What?
Yes, living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
Wow!
Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam?
Me?
I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but 'tis plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is?
Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show.
Ah!
Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garrett, at Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe.
I most certainly did not.
I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. A rampaging Asiatic lion. Topic 2. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garrett, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Okay. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage.
Nonsense, man. I simply...
But what, we must now ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment.
Oh.
For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go.
Yes, well,
Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
unimaginable?
The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst?
Ah.
This time, madam, I'm afraid it's you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes.
Ah.
There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noble woman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact.
Whatever do you mean?
God, I sound like fucking Miss Piggy. I like it, though. Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell it out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Conclusion: carpet gnawed on by the starving lion. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Wow, this dude could not be more frickin' wrong. I am with them on this.
Ah.
What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Narrative. I'm afraid I didn't notice.
My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too.
Oh.
Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it, again? Well, your deductions just now... Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed. It is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. Wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrett and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. What about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Miss Usato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it. Excellent, I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, I'm uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Sherlock Holmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Alright, nature of the beast. Let's do this. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Arr. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrideb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Freeze frame! I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garrideb's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature, but it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? Let us follow Mr. Garrideb's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. These are shells for the cannon, are they? What a strange place to keep them. I imagine they have some significance to Mr. Garrideb from his time in the army. Ah, of course. He mentioned a battle to us before, didn't he? Do you remember? He said that he'd been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of these that hit him. If around that size it is knee, there'd be nothing left of it. Or Mr. Garrideb, for that matter. Mr. Sholmes has a Persian slipper. And this man has spent shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece. Oh, I can only go left and right? What the fuck is that? Uh-oh. What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garrideb's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. The glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all. But no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form. Oh my god. Is he married to Joan? Is he married to frickin' Joan? Oh my god. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Oh look! Have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. Looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. Okay, I think it's that. I was gonna say mortar shells because obviously that. I can only go left and right though. He did look kind of straight at the lion, but this being behind it makes me think it's probably the photograph and not the mortar shells. So, excuse me. Yes. I'm gonna present the bride. Especially since it's cracked and everything else is cracked, but let's see.
Take that!
The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garrideb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. I like how Naruhodo looks surprised when the lights went out on him. That was great. Oh, that was funny. Thursdays are for solving murders, apparently. Hell yeah, they are, Morrow. Don't give me that sarcastic emoji. I don't know what that emoji is, honestly, but yes, they are for solving murders. It's Murder Solving Thursday, I guess. I don't know. I can come up with something better, I'm sure, but hey, how you doing? Welcome to the chat room. You having a good day? You playing some Final Fantasy? I told Pickle if you guys were on to say hi, but yeah. Are you feeling any better? Did you have fun with your Xenoblade? Oh, indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Jesus Christ, that's not really flattering at all. Sholmes, that was not flattering at all. You're doing okay? How about yourself? I am doing great. As I showed you earlier, I have a house to myself. So, you know, while I was eating dinner, I decided to crank up the music, blast some tunes, and dance around like nobody was watching, because nobody was watching, and I'm glad nobody was watching, except maybe my, you know, dead relatives who regret me doing that. But that's another story. He did tell you? Okay, good, good. I'm glad he passed along that message. Xeno went good, got farther, so yeah, congratulations. Glad you made some progress. I'll cheers to that. I know it's Thursday and I probably shouldn't be having seltzers, but you know what? I don't have any adult supervision right now, so screw it. Because nobody was watching? Yeah, I know. I thought about sharing it, but I was like, no, I'm not going to subject anyone to that. I know my ancestors are already, you know, disapprove enough of my lifestyle. But yeah. So thanks for dropping by. Appreciate you hanging out. Are you still playing Final Fantasy? I told Pickle that, like, if I was able to finish this chapter fast enough, I'd join you guys, but I'm already almost 3 hours into this, so it doesn't look like I'm going to be finishing this chapter anytime soon, unfortunately. You get to hog all that bandwidth to yourself, too? You know what? That's absolutely true. I haven't even checked what it's at. I am kind of curious. Can I check right now? I'm going to move that over here. Wow. Surprisingly enough, I guess streaming isn't really eating up that much bandwidth. It's less than 1 megabit. That's crazy. How is that working? Technology is magic! Anyway. You hopped off for the evening? Cool, cool. What did you guys do? Besides the PvP. You beat Dragon's ass in PvP, though? Nice, Morrow. I'm very proud of you. I don't know how you guys do it, though. The PvP is just beyond me. Like, I'm sure it's fun. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I would just try to range everyone to death as a machinist, but Samurai for the win? What did he use? We were at a standoff, Dark versus Gunbreaker. Then he knocked me out of the ring. Oh. You can lose like that? That's unfortunate. I feel like if it was my Gunbreaker, I could win, but if I say that, then they're gonna ask me to play the PvP, and I don't really want to do the PvP, so it's whatever. It was pretty funny. Well, I'm glad you at least got a good laugh out of it. No, I'm not gonna do that. I would rather try to run Resident Evil 8 tomorrow than try to beat someone in PvP, so that's what I'll be doing. But hey, I'm glad you had fun. That's all that matters. Oh man, I saw the trailer for Pokemon Arceus today. I'm really looking forward to that. What time are you doing R8 again? Oh, I don't know what time. This after work, probably, maybe around 6:30 my time. Oh, you looking forward to it too? That's good. I'm honestly, it's kind of like a refreshing departure from their usual formula. So it's gonna, like, I'm excited to see where they go in this new direction. And it's cool that Arceus and DP are connected. It is. It's pretty clever of them to do the remakes and then follow it up with Arceus. I'm also super excited that Rowlet's the starter again, because I love Rowlet. He's my favorite starter. Growlithe looks super cute. Yes! Yes, the Arceus version of Growlithe looks like an actual old Japanese, you know, little tiger thing. I don't know the proper word for it. Don't get mad at me. But I really like the whole concept of like it's like the Wild Zone from Sword and Shield, but you can catch Pokemon without even battling them if you can aim properly. Or if you want to skip Pokemon fights in general, you can just run past them. A fight doesn't even start until you throw your Pokemon out manually, which was really cool. It's like a great concept, so I'm really looking forward to it. But someone speculated that it's going to be Monster Hunter-esque in that you have a hub town, you accept quests from it, and then you go out into the wild. I'm hoping that's not the case, but even if it is, I'm still going to give it a shot. I'm still going to dive in and try to explore all its little secrets and whatnot. But anyway, enough about that. I have to practice my British accent, so... Honored might be stretching a point. Oh wait, I gotta click on it. Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Gyarados. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me that one glance in your direction... It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Anywho, you're gonna go to sleepies? Okay. Well, enjoy your evening. I hope you sleep well. I'll probably talk to you tomorrow at some point, I'm sure. So, you have a good night tomorrow, and thank you for the lurk. Always appreciated. How goes the Great Ace Attorney? Slowly but surely. Yeah. It feels like it's gonna be a long chapter, but, you know, as with any Ace Attorney game, we're gonna get to the bottom of this murder. How's your night been, Pickle? What were you doing on Final Fantasy? Were you PvPing with the rest of them? The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Shams is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Gyarados anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder what Mr. Gyarados' wife could be. Maid. Teapot. Back of a head. What? Pockets. Oh, hello. This is it right here. She's wearing a very large ring. Look. Oh, yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. It looks like it's on there for life, too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger of that size. That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know, Mr. Gyarados' wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one. It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory for these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it? Yeah, it's a real fucking coincidence there, Naruhodo.
Take that!
Alright. Did our dailies, then did some class quests for my dart. Nice, okay, cool. Dailies are always good to get out of the way. I should have done that before I started this, but I'm not exactly in a rush to get my second class geared up. I already have my tank, and he's doing great, so. And a class with great dart. Cool. What level's your dart now? Hopefully it's getting up there, so then we can start doing stuff together. That'd be cool. Although, yeah, if you ran on your dark, I would just go Red Mage or Machinist or Samurai or Astro. I play that game way too much. I really gotta take a break. But Endwalker's coming out soon, and I gotta get ready. I gotta get my body ready for that, because Endwalker looks amazing. I watch that trailer, you know, at least once a week. It's so good. Anyway, your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garrideb's bribe in this photographic print. In other words, you are... whoops, that's Reno's game, sorry. Ooh. Dark is 40, I think, but my main is my 67 bar. I did make it to Stormblood, so I'm slowly catching up. Very cool. I'm glad you made it to Stormblood. Unfortunately, Stormblood is one of the weaker expansions in my opinion, but Shadowbringers is amazing, and I have high hopes for Endwalker. So we'll see what happens, but congrats to you, buddy. Oh, and your dark isn't your main. Okay. I guess you're just, much like everyone else, you level one of each role. Tank, DPS, and healer, just to make sure you have it available, but your part is the one you enjoy, so, you know, more power to you, dude. I like how you're 67, though, and you just made it to Stormblood. Like, the leveling in that game, I think by the time Winter got to Shadowbringers, she was already, like, 78. Like, it was a little ridiculous, but... life's funny like that, I don't know. By the way, Pickle, I added some sound alerts to the stream, as well as some channel point sound alerts. Feel free to abuse the free ones or the cheap channel point ones, because, you know, having those tested on stream would be great. But again, you don't have to. Alright. In other words, you are no ordinary housemaid. I fucking love Zoidberg. Well, he's great. But they're working, and that's good. No. You are Mr. Garrideb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garrideb herself. Oh my word! Hold on. I want to see if I can do Zoidberg with my cheek thing. That's not bad. I love Zoidberg. Don't worry, you still have Zoidberg. You all still have Zoidberg. Or the one where they get Hermes to do the filing, and he does that big song at the end, and then Zoidberg steps up. He's like, "All right, it's my turn now. Once I was alive." Aww, and they cut to black. It's so good. I need to rewatch that series. I just wish Hulu had a better replay system. It's so terrible. Like, I tried to rewatch Futurama on it, but instead of resetting each episode when I click on it, like Netflix does, it just goes straight to the point in the credits where Hulu's system like automatically sends you to the next episode, so because you're binging it or whatever. But they just don't reset the episodes, and that's frustrating. Anyway, that's a tangent for another time. Back to solving murders. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was... It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. Just... I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garrideb has his wife Work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garrideb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here, this must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. The raging wife of Mr. Garrideb. Alright. Let's see if we can't help him with his second deduction. Now, Mr. Garrideb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garrideb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mrs. Garrideb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? His ear? No. Oh, slapped cheek. Oh, that's funny. He said something and she just whacked him. Always funny.
Take that!
I didn't even need to ask for more information. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade was you, Madame Joan Garrideb.
Well, yes.
You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir.
Ah.
How the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of untrained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? You look down. In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garrideb to fly into a rage. She looked down as well. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garrideb's wife. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Why is there broken plates all over? Oh dear, this plate has been smashed to pieces, and nobody seems inclined to tidy up the mess. Perhaps it's some sort of high art. Really, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, anyone who has a cannon on display in their living room is clearly a little eccentric. Yes, let's call it eccentricity. Oh no, I don't think it's that. I think it might be this bookmark. It's got a kissy face. Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Garrideb is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is the bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate, romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note, then. Well, I think I know why his wife smacked him.
Take that!
Kind of obvious after that one. Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. She just did it again. Oh, but I don't know the bally woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you said. That's right, that's what I've been... Ah! A likely story. Now listen here, Joan, old... whoop. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been... Ah! A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman. Look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John. Ah! Wow, she is not giving him any leeway on this. A likely story? Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicion of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. How dare me? What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. But surely Mrs. Garib didn't eat the carpet? No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray in this room is a... Oh, that the state of disarray that the room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Shone's deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mrs. Garib's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes. Really? Do you really need to see what we can see? Because it's kind of right frickin' there. The carpet here has been ripped to shreds. Yes, and according to Mr. Shone's deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Oh yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the card wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's rethink this with that in mind. Can I not just target the frickin' candle? Oh, do I do the candelabra? Candlestick. There we go. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the three missing from its holder? Because that was it! I love that effect. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away.
Scorch marks?
It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Garrett's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of a strike caused a candle to fall from the holder, and in seconds the carpet was alight, the whole corner of the room in flames.
Yes, sir.
For the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire.
Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you!
Oh, goodbye. Oh, she got him. What a good wife. Thick dyes save lives. Carpet scorched by a small fire. So. And that is how we deduce things, guys. Just another Thursday, you know.
It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there.
And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material? For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems.
Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark.
And beast is most certainly an apt to...
Ah!
Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor?
Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames.
You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you.
Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being.
Over here, Mr. Garrett? Well, you should have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Oh, what's down here? Something I need? Something I need? Bookcase. There's gotta be something about this bookcase I need. Oh my god. Why do I keep getting scared by that goddamn sound? I need to turn that frickin' down. No, no, no! God, no, don't continue yet. I have to read. Funky's rating. Thank you, Funky, so much for rating. I appreciate it, buddy. Hold on. I'm gonna use my new command that I fucking figured out how to do. Finally. There we go. It's just a raid. I'm always scared of raids. People can't hear my voices and my accents and my horribly done noises. Well, I don't make that many noises, but they could be uncomfortable noises to some people. I don't know. Anyway. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it.
Oh, wait, you serious? Let me laugh even harder.
Great timing, Pickle. Friggin' love Bender. I need to add more of his sounds. But anyway, how was your stream, Funky? You were playing Dragon Quest IV. I'm hoping you made a ton of progress, buddy. I can't believe there's so many of those Dragon Quest games out, anyway. I haven't even touched a single one, but people love them. And I know it's got that Dragon Ball Z artist, too, right? You went well, you beat... Oh, you beat it? Good for you, dude. Very well done. Congratulations. I'm super curious, though. What are you going to be playing next in that slot? Or is it a surprise? I know you like your surprises. never played them either till last year. Did you start with like? Well, I don't know how many of them are actually available out here. I don't know if you can start with one, but if you can, that'd be cool. But yeah, super curious. What are you playing next? My vote's still on Control because that game was fucking awesome. But I know you have your giant list to do, so they're all available now. Okay, cool. I have a hard time like getting into retro games, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it. But hell, if they release a new one that has like some nice graphics, I'd be down for that. Control will be on the poll soon enough. I'm sure it will, and the first people voting on that are going to be me and Dandy. But again, I know you got a ton of shit planned, so you're just going to do you anyway. Dragon Quest XI has been told to be the best ever. And when did that one come out? I didn't, because I don't know. Dragon Quest, I don't know if it's like Final Fantasy where you have to it's each game is its own separate like world and story, or if you have to play the other ones to understand what's going on. This bookcase has got to be important. There's like slashes on it on the right side next to the charred remains, but yes, Dragon Quest is mostly like Final Fantasy. Okay, I'll have to look into that then. Small references from same world things. Okay, like crystals and mana and summons. Got it. Okay. I'll have to look into that then. Especially because I like the hero in Smash Bros. He's like, if you can get good at like using his spells that randomly generate and whatnot, fucking, he can be overpowered. Which, by the way, we do have to do another Smash Day at some point, because we got all these new characters we gotta use. Although, I read an article today that said someone who was famous for, like, correctly predicting new Smash Bros. Characters is predicting that Phoenix Wright might be the last one. And if that's true, I'm gonna be super stoked. But if it's not, I'm not gonna be that upset, because it's Phoenix Wright. Only Marvel vs. Capcom put him in a game, so. Yeah, I know, more Smash at some point. It'll be cool, it'll be fun. You can also follow it up with Mario Kart. I got that downloaded. Or something else. I don't know, we'll figure it out. But thanks for the raid, dude, I appreciate it. And I don't know who you brought with you, but if it's anyone that's new to me, I'm Allegory. I play a variety of stuff. Usually just whatever tickles my fancy. There are some games I have yet to finish, like Mass Effect and Persona 5 Strikers, that I would like to get back to, but tomorrow I'm going to be streaming Resident Evil 8 to see if I can do a speed run, which I know Funky's not going to watch because spoilers, but if anyone else wants to hang out while I try to see how fast I can do it, you're more than welcome to join. So, I honestly don't even care who it is anymore. Oh, that's sad. Why? Did you get disappointed by an old one, or did you just, you're not that bothered by it anymore? Because honestly, I was kind of disappointed in the Tekken one, but then again, I'm not a Tekken fan. So if someone was a Tekken fan and they saw it, they'd get super excited. So, that's good for them. I don't care. You're happy with the roster at this point? Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. They do have a good one. Only Ryu Hayabusa will make you pop. I would love to see how a Funky G pops. I don't think I've ever seen you like super excited before, but that would be fun to see. Oh, for sure, man. I'm gonna leave you on alert because I'll probably play this at some point, but I'm gonna go eat. Okay, cool. Appreciate it. It is a fun game. I'm thoroughly enjoying it, so I'm sure you will too. But yeah, cool. I'm still looking forward to you playing Apollo and Dual Destinies and what's it, Spirits of Karain? I forget what the last one's called. It was good, but not exactly impressionable except for that last case, which is not surprising because every Phoenix Wright game has a super big last case, but whatever. Anyway, excuse me. Go eat, and, I don't know, enjoy the music at least. Give me 1 second. I've been contemplating Apollo relatively soon, but we'll see. Yeah. Of course, September. October's coming up, so first thing you gotta do is 8. I will be watching that one. No spoilers. I will not be providing spoilers, but if you have any questions on gameplay mechanics, I'd be happy to answer that, that's for sure. What is this one? I forgot what sound this is. Hold on.
I'm so embarrassed. I wish everybody else was dead.
That was that one. Okay. Sorry, I forgot my own sounds that I freaking put up, but that's one. I'm so embarrassed. I wish everybody else was dead. Oh, man. Anyway. Of course, buddy. Go eat now. Go eat. You've had a long stream. Oh, frick. I gotta... Oh, crap. I just skipped like 2 lines. Hold on. I had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Okay. Gosh.
Then the wife started hurling things at me.
What a terrible sight it must have been.
There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride. Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again.
I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest.
So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. No, they were horribly wrong, Susato. Horribly wrong. I had to literally drive his car back onto the highway to avoid him crashing into a tree like he did last time. It can only be described as a great British wonder. Oh, don't feed into it.
I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere, and the old stick in full fettle.
Out of interest, what time of day was that?
Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think.
So at exactly the same time as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Thank you for the alert, butt, Funky. It's a very good butt. Morrow made a very good butt.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing.
Oh, really? Are you telling me these two were probably the witnesses? But I'm going to have to use that to tell people that they couldn't have seen anything because they were fighting. Okay, got it. Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrett situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only 2 categories. Those relevant to the case, and those not. That makes no sense to me. I appreciate the fact that in this game, Naruhodo is the voice of reason. Like, if I hadn't just immediately gone to the next text box, I would have said to myself, like, that makes no sense to me. Like, I don't... That means nothing. So I do find myself relating a lot to Naruhodo's just kind of like WTF. Like, bruh. Anyway. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think.
Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrideb.
Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. So Seki-san will be waiting for us. And I'm going to have to give him an answer. So this bookcase is not of any importance, it was just part of the... What a miserable sight. Oh dear, but at least the whole room wasn't engulfed in flames.
I suppose so. But my whole collection went up in smoke, you know. All those novels I adored so much.
Well, John, whose fault is that?
Not mine, that's for sure.
Well, whoever may or may not be to blame. I'm quite sure you can buy some new old books to replace them, can't you?
New old books, bally nonsense.
Does sound like a contradiction in terms, but then these two are full of contradictions.
That's couples for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Or so I've been led to believe.
I swear, I didn't start the stream with voices, but I don't know. For some reason, it just feels better when they have them, so I'm just gonna keep doing it. Anyway, let's go talk to... what's-his-face? Prison. Natsume. Soseki Natsume, that was it. Wait, this isn't the prison. The fuck? 19th February, Briar Road. Oh, I left the building. Okay. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a care... Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garrideb's house. What the fuck? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking niminy-piminy? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about? Excuse me. What the... Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. My associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
A lawyer? What?
If I could be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law.
Just... Fine, I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet.
Get thee to a nunnery.
Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you?
Bloomin' onion. God, I'm hungry.
Who the hell were those people?
Oh, I guess we're gonna find out one of them at least.
I do hope you're not injured.
Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was that all about?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Oh, I don't know why I used that voice. He does sound like he'd have a high voice, though. I'm not Horatio either.
Forgive the inquiry, sir, but... Are you a lodger here? In the Garrideb residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode.
Mr. Garrideb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor?
Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words ne'er could there be.
Sorry? Battle, did you say?
Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night.
I see.
I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentlemen, I could tarry here no longer. Fare thee well.
That guy just seemed like he'd have an uppity voice, that's for sure.
I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room.
It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. So Seki-san, that man is lodgers. The Garrett house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage.
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return.
Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. There's our Edgar Allan Poe looking dude. 19th February, 6:31, local prison, cell 9. Did I just realize that every time he holds his hands up, he's fixing his bow? I thought he was just doing some kind of like weird-ass peace sign. Oh my god, I have 2 brain cells. How am I getting through this game? Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. Can you be less touched? You're loud.
We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
Oh no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese. Oh, now, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand... Ah, it's Sholmes. It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. It's you! The miserable, rotten spy. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Ah, you! How dare you, Airlock Sholmes! Ugh. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits and those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Alright, what do you mean cursed trial and cursed lodging? Tell me about this curse. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why? Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me. Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Alright, now I have to count it. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Wow, that is 16. Good job, Ryunosuke. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly!
Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances.
Mr. McGilded. What?
Ah, I am impressed, Miss Susato. You've an eye for detail.
Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that, having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself.
Oh no, he couldn't have, surely.
You have some wonderful notions.
Sorry?
The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes. Why, of course he is.
Oh, of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me?
It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Alright, yes, please, tell me more about whatever the hell you just said.
Van Zeeks is quite an exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Oh, that's good.
So Seki-sen looks like he's going to cry tears of joy.
As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion, in particular, is somewhat easily manipulated.
Right.
Criminals, and corrupt lawyers for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors and witnesses, and so on.
As witnesses. How's terrible?
By such underhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail.
But it means the wrong verdict can be passed.
And sadly is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation.
And that's alright.
However, those indicted by Lord Van Zeeks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed.
Oh my.
Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? Ah, by all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo.
Is this what Cosmo wanted to fix?
I knew it. I'm a dead dodo, done for, doomed.
Alright, well tell me about the lodgings first. Why was that cursed? When you said a cursed lodging before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garrideb's house, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed?
It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself.
That didn't take long then.
Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away.
You must have been very lonely having been away from your homeland for such a long time.
I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now.
Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient.
The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place."
Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean, the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. Wait, choked to death? And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really no one at all? To believe. Yes, to believe. Let's see what Naruhodo has to say. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Burya, if you recall. The Burya. Ah, that case. The one with the snake? Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me? I see. Yes, you mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room. Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I am concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning? Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. A defense lawyer is only good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over, and the guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me?
Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there?
Mr. Natsume? If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. The locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Susato,
Yes?
would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court?
Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant.
The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind, but it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Joseki-san has no one. He's all alone, so it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength that I can muster. Oh my god. There we go. Another checkpoint. 3 hours, 46 minutes in. If this also turns out to be a 5-hour chapter, that'll be impressive. That'll be well planned on their part. But I would like to finish 4 before I'm done. 20th February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon?
We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible.
Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass.
Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right.
Good morning! I don't know who that is. Oh, it's him, okay. Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning.
Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot.
The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. Really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. Why is that in red? He didn't sleep at all last night. Uh-oh. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally?
Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume.
I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato?
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea.
Really? Because didn't Shom say it yesterday? Like the fact that Van Zeeks is in on this, and he's a foreigner that's accused of murder, or attempted murder anyway. And there was that treaty with Japan. They just established the treaty, but now a Japanese guy's on trial in Britain for attempted murder of a British woman. I don't know, I feel like I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Anyway. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks. Is that right, Miss Susato?
I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one.
I knew it.
Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday.
Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilden. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was.
I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's.
We wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country.
Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking. They are all speculating various answers.
Mundane is the most significant saga of the century to some of us.
Oh dear, I mean no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it.
Well, lest we all forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Yes, I agree.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please. I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers.
I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck.
Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side.
Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquires. Wow, that was a mouthful. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Cosma. Because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. 6 new jurors. Wait a minute. Was one of those fucking Joan? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Now I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
Prosecution is fully prepared, my lord.
The defense is ready, my lord.
The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Sorry, what?
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
Do you have a point?
Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description.
Susato-san.
After all, in our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end.
That is Joan, right there.
Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public?
You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in a fair play for everyone.
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
Wow, yeah, because you appear like a Betty Boop character, honestly.
Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed.
Joan, what are you... Ah! Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway.
Eh, sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
The last juror is like, I can't fucking hear. And the judge, alright, let us go. Let's keep going. It's fine.
Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street.
A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion, short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. You know, if a Japanese company hadn't made this, this might almost be offensive. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Eh? Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Ooh, we gotta get the rundown from Gumshoe. I mean, Gregson. Oh, whoops.
Your name and occupation, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard.
Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector?
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger?
Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector.
Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far.
Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please.
Yay, more evidence. I want to read it. I want to read it. I want to read it.
What of the weapon that was used?
Nope, I'm reading this first. Details: young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Victim: olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Location: pavement of Briar Road, east side. Reporting officer: Rolly Beat. Why does that feel like it's going to be important? Additional notes: the victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Wait, if the reporting officer, Rolly Beat, saw him do it, why didn't he chase him down that day? Why was he arrested the following day? That makes no sense. Alright, whatever. Let's keep listening. Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now.
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman.
Even the scrag-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Alright, guess what we're looking at next. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? Go ahead and look at that knife. Alright, let's go here. Why is there no blood on this knife? Oh, I wanted to inspect it, but I guess I'll just go fuck myself. I don't know. Can I not inspect the blade? Like, why is there no blood? Is the tip broken? The tip looks broken.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You're right. Well spotted, Mr. Sato.
I wonder what could have happened to it.
Yes, you don't think it can still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful.
Okay. Tip missing. Noted. Still, no blood. Seems a little important. That's the tip. Alright, nothing else about this, I guess. Just closes it back up. Alright. Alright, tip missing. Noted. Moving on. For what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Oh, great. Oh, you ran out of wine? That's too bad.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here.
What?
Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student.
Yes, sir. Alright, let's hear some testimony and then tear it apart. Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Okay. So we gotta tear that apart. Got it. Old books, you say?
Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Okay. 3 books, a woman, giant coat, knife, purse, hat. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. The crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. You Nipponese are spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well,
Forgive me, Lord Manzies, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it.
What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from her, so I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing.
Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next?
The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact the accused concedes. Ugh. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Classic Ace Attorney. Only chance. Every time is his only chance. One last chance every time. You're off? Hope you have a good one. Thanks, buddy. I hope you have a good evening, dude. Sleep well. I'll talk to you most likely tomorrow. We'll see. Oh, dear. Choking now. Anyway. Basic rule, press everything.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts? Yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else but the victim and the accused.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah, yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he?
That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But, wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter? It would have been dark already.
matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Ah. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement.
Hold it!
Hold it! From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition? Comatose, no less? Why is the knife sideways in the back? If she was stabbed from the back, wouldn't it have been up and down? I might be overthinking it. I don't know, but we'll see. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's been being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come round before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings. I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
He's very clever, isn't he?
What do you mean?
He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems.
Hold it!
This one seems... The defendant apparently visits the second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Alright, I gotta check that. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being... court record... That's it, your books. That wasn't the name of the shop, was it? It's the bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? I don't know what the word sardonic means, but I think I know how to pronounce it at least. He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a secondhand bookshop he apparently patronizes. Alright, this is where I'm gonna make my first coward save. Because I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna present it. E.
Objection!
There we go, music stopped. We got this. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books. Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that... well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all,
I have the street map here if that might be of help.
Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Wow, could be. A little more conviction there next time. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books... oh my god, where is it? Is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east. The local maps information has been updated. Okay. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now... oh no. Oh. His route home may not have changed at all. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus.
Gary, you put that glass down now or I'll put it down for you.
I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Ugh.
Allow me to reiterate for my learned if somewhat slow Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I'll let him speak for himself that time.
As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try.
Why does it say juror number 4? It's Joan. We know Joan. What did I say? Hey, I've had enough of this now.
Beg your pardon. Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't give up.
What? What do you mean?
If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
Ah, she's absolutely right.
We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
It claims Hoseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... that's tough. That's a tough one. We're gonna think out loud in a second. So... they claim... they must have passed the location. Let me see the map real quick. It was updated. I want to check it out. So obviously, he could have gone the route that they just labeled. He could have gone down Meerschaum Street, down Briar Road, over across to his house. Is there anything I have that could suggest he went down Calabash Road and then down the other street? No, because the picture shows his books in it. Like, the picture shows his books around the body, which means at some point he had to go down Briar Road. So I'm tempted to say he must have gone down that route, especially since he said he could only see her and he tried to overtake her, which meant that he must have been walking the same direction as her. So even though in my Ace Attorney experience every single fiber of my being wants to be like, raise an objection, I don't think I can object to this one. Unless those are her books, but he admitted himself that he scrambled away. Oh my god. You know what? Let's try leave it, I guess. I think I better leave it alone for now. Very well, if the defense has no rebuttal here.
Mr. Naruhodo, as I said before, we can't give up here. We must fight.
Oh, okay. I guess that's fair. Yes, I realize that, but sometimes the best way to fight is to do nothing, you know? You're right. What am I talking about? Doing nothing won't get us anywhere. I wasn't sitting right with you.
Objection!
Okay, I didn't even lose a life for that. No worries. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. First, we must deal with the inexcusable tardiness of your objection. Oh, there it is. There's the punishment.
Mr. Naruhodo, remember, it's time to fight back.
Ugh, I don't know what's worse, the court penalty or Susato-san's piercing stare. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You could see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two oh, I just need to... Okay, I just need to show them there's another route he could take. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrived back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. Ah. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
Yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home.
I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside, wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend, and I suggest that we do not waste any more of the cult's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... I agree with Lord Van Zeeks, wholeheartedly, and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well, in that case I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Wow.
Guilty.
Why can't that happen more often?
Guilty.
Guilty!
It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo?
No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his onkus refusal to throw in his alley. Wait, is that the dude from the other case? The one sitting on top of the carriage? Did it really take me that long to notice that? It looks like, yeah. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. Wait, what? How is that grounds guilty? With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue...
Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. Must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least.
Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. Just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. For pity's sake, that Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he?
Hold it!
What did he admit? Excuse me, but... Aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. Now, there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock... Well, anyway, I don't know about the Hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Ah, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history.
Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
Alright, Betty Boop Lady, let's go. If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. Boo-boo-be-doo. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit.
But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
But if that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
I can tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it.
I do declare this man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime.
Ugh.
If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple.
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you are too kind, my lord.
That went well, for her. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
Hold it!
Alright, why? But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books.
Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something?
Precisely.
But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not.
Well, yes, that's true.
And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there?
Well, yes, that's true as well.
And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he?
Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it,
you'd want to get home as quickly as possible.
Well, yes. Why is all this true?
So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road.
Ugh, I'm supposed to be convincing you here.
I have given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Roadway, it'd be different.
I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Suseki-san might have taken the longer way. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. Oh god, it's her.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
Hold it!
He recognizes her, that's great.
Whatever's the matter, young man?
You're the wife of Mr. Garrett, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room.
The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand?
She's keeping up that charade? Ugh, this is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial?
Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
Oh, that was the letter in her pocket. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time...
Oh, whoop. And in that time, surely he must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit such a crime such as this?
Oh my goodness me, yes. He's just the sort.
What? Spending all his time in that
dark, dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a barn in there or something.
Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more.
Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already. I really don't care. Can we just Oh, it's you.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Ah. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk, it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence. That's right. Meerschaum Street, was it? Meerschaum Street it was. Meerschaum Street.
On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Just fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk. Do I press this again? Does it matter?
Hold it!
Sure, why not? Let's see what he says. So, if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance that day. That's right. Like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pipes underground in the middle of the winter. It's the only time of year fellows like me can actually make a few by. And I'm missing out today. And when you say from dawn till dusk... Well, the work has to be completed within the day, see? No coaches or pedestrians can pass while it's happening. Woo, pedestrians. I wonder if I could trouble you, sir. To mark on this street map the exact location of the works you were carrying out? Give it here, then. Let me have a look. Right, let's see then. Oh, dearie me. Here we are on Meerschaum Street. Yes, it was just here, like... It was a tidy dig, I can tell you. We had to get through all the drifts of snow that had frozen solid. And at what sort of time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning, and we can't have finished before gone 6, I'd say. The snow had stopped coming down,
but it was long past dark for sure.
That means the roadwork was still going on when Miss Green was attacked at around 5 o'clock.
Roadworks on Meerschaum Street, huh? I'm gonna go ahead and start with this. I'll push the old guy in a second.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel? Explain yourself.
Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? You must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may? Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I could say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Yay, one for me. What about you, sir? Who? Me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say. Alright, 2 down.
Oh, well done, Mr. Arhodo. That was wonderful.
Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least, strengthen our position somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely.
Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Alright, let's talk to him. Let's try to talk to him. Sorry, fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was, hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say. Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. I knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry, extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now.
You've changed 2 of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, just 2 more to go.
Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables here.
Wish I knew how to do a Susato takedown. Suppose the words will have to suffice for now. And it's gonna be you. Woman in green? Eh, he never said it was a woman. Just someone in green. With someone that fell down.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6? My, whatever do you mean, sir? He's not listening.
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that.
My goodness me!
Sorry, you need a pee? That was actually kind of funny. I like that. You need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago.
And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling oath?
What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? Okay. Yes, Miss Boop?
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well.
Boop.
Boop. I love the fireballs of justice. Well, that summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4, and so the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
What a sore loser, huh? Yeah, get drunk, you sore loser. At least you took a sip, I guess. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. There. Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right. It took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend?
Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no.
What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works?
I wouldn't dream of it.
What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
Is that true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Ugh, crushed in a single sentence. And old man.
Cold man, you can talk?
You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time?
Oh, I can't say as I remember.
You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Ah.
You know, it's kind of weird how his back hits the wall when it's so far from him in that picture. Order, Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Oh, that's just what I wanted, right? Win-win. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. It's next witnesses.
Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident.
Yes, I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman. Yes.
I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Alright, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Saseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. To be continued. Oh no, okay, cool. Wait. Wow, okay. Those are some interesting looking witnesses. And it's not to be continued. But that's nuts because it's almost 5 hours into this. Jesus Christ. I'm enjoying it, don't get me wrong, but God, these chapters are long. Anyway, witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Constable Rolly beat Sa. Nothing to report on the street, Sa. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. Why do they look like they're 12? What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? Sure, I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from the rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on the list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bob, he is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly beat Sa. Nothing to report on the street, Sa. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, Sa. What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate what an unfortunate bechancing, and on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that.
Gosh, the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work.
Hold it!
Let me know. Come on, tell me more about that. No time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. B? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Wait, she said they weren't going. They were going straight to the restaurant. He's saying they were heading to the station. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly. I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, Sa, yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, Sa. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, Sa, proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all its policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sa! And for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But Sa! Just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold.
If a little over the top, perhaps? And then, kindly describe what happened next. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us.
Hold it!
Hold it? Two silhouettes? That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print. And like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. But before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I would swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attack. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off.
Hold it!
Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, it's clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock, without question. Sa. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. I have a question. He keeps describing, well, he thinks he's describing this, but tall, thin man, short, stout figure. I'm wondering, I don't know. I feel like they might have seen these two, but they were upstairs fighting, technically, at the time of the murder. I don't know. We'll wait. Just keep pushing. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. It's tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir. Ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box.
Hold it!
Okay, you went straight over. Please. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point, but a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. B. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat, so I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could, asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh, please. You're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? Okay, saw him as clear as day? Really? It was foggy out, and it was dark. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Wow, are these lines rehearsed by the entire country? Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can't tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Yes. It was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir! As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsumi running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh no, then what do we do?
If Kazuma-sama were here,
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within the testimony.
What do you mean somewhere else?
The statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Oh, right.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Ugh, why do I always seem to be so up against it? Because you're a right, that's why.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so...
It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No. Oh no, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? Please tell me those names. Please tell me those names. No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Raleigh will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fist down. But perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss B. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped. Oh, the what? The what? The how many books?
Hold it!
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby secondhand bookshop on the day... Oh, whoops. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby secondhand bookshop on the day in question. After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Raleigh. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? Okay, so you're telling me this bitch went to go call the police on a police box. Her husband passes out in the snow right next to the crime scene, and there's no one there to watch over things? That's not really cutting it for me. Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Beats, seeing as you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was The Picture of Monsieur Somebody or Other, and What's It Yearnings? Wow, I don't think she's getting these right at all. The Picture of Monsieur le Cure, Canterbury Yearnings. Okay, she's got 2 so far. Then there was A Meal for Someone, and the last one was definitely The Thingamy Something. A Meal for Gaborio, and there was no 4th one, that's for sure. You see? Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh well, they were all along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene with the titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Anyone who upsets my position will have me to answer to. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict.
Okay, you know what? I went through this. Yep. Yep. He would say the thing where you turn things around, and we start making games where the cases are all called turnabout. It has to start somewhere, I guess. Now's as good a time as any, I suppose. Yep. There we go. I went too far, too fast. Awesome. I saw 6 diamonds, so I thought I'd hear the sound 6 times to get to the end. I forget it starts on 1, so after you hear the first diamond, you're on 2. So hearing the 6th sound puts you on here. Yes, I know where I'm going. I just fucked up. Present. And
Objection!
present. I feel like that would have worked, and the other one with the photograph would have worked. So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's at Yerding's, A Meal for Someone, and The Thingamy Something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it, I saw them. No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. No!
Objection!
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my dear Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Ah. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? Ugh, he sees right through me. But your plan is somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh! You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
What? But what about the photographic prints? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. Oh my god, the lion's pride. That's the one that, oh god. I forgot the old dude. What was his name? Hold on. It's right here. Garadeb. That was it. John Garadeb. That was his favorite book. And it was burned, which means that it was the same one from their house. But wait. I am so confused. Where is this going? I don't believe it. It's the fourth book. As you will observe, the fourth book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! No! Order, order! There, you see? Look at that. Look. Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabriel, in fact. As the court has just heard, by the witnesses remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The 2nd crime scene photograph has been entered. Good. The 4th book has been entered. Even better. That's the one I want to look at. This 4th book is definitely... I forgot his fucking name again. Garabed. I don't know. Let's look at the book. Alright. It's definitely the Lion's Pride, but it is definitely charred.
Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burnt!
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Updated. Book entitled Lion's Pride discovered in the victim's hand at scene. Back its cover is badly burned. I can't open it though, can I? Yeah, that's all I can examine about it. All that's important is the name and the burn. Alright, let's go. Let's keep going. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? I definitely want to raise an objection because of that book, but we're gonna save because I'm scared.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh,
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo!
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Susato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Fuck, I can't talk.
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
I already did that. I already did that because I'm ahead of the game. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mr. Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Save, 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 save. I am scared. It's gotta be the book.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as well as you know. Ah. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's,
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track.
I think you might be right. Yeah, I know she's right. I don't fucking know what it is. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals? Dude, it be right over here. Right here. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What are you... Good gracious. It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh? Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Council. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? As we know, this was Garadeb's favorite book. On his bookshelf, that was burned during the domestic altercation. I don't know what's in it, and I don't know the shop that sold it, but I do know who owns it. Especially this particular tome that was burnt. At the time of this incident, this tome should have been in the home. Wait a second. He said he was dodging stuff that was being thrown. Lit items on fire. You said he was dodging them near the window, right? Could this book have flown out the window? And this woman go to pick it up? I don't know. I think I'm reading too far ahead into the future. All I know is that what's important about this should be its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon, but we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly... Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself.
Oh my goodness me! I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house?
I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Good lord. What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, a book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that the subject of this debate.
Oh, dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. This is risible. All you've told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Raleigh?
Absolutely not, sir. My producer would never raise a finger against me, sir. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. And there was no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and... Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Finally, she speaks the fuck up.
Well, I hope that everyone can see for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward.
Really?
Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you that it was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud, simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories, but think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me.
Sorry. What's that?
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Wow, put your leg down, drama queen. That is unnecessary. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What?
No forgive the discourtesy this time? Ahem, in that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Susato?
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting...
Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You can still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
It's always one more chance on these games, I swear to God. My lord, the defense has to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. There's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Alright, I have to call it here. It's been 6 hours now. Well, 5 hours and 40 minutes. I need to stop and go to bed. Maybe tomorrow, I don't know. Maybe tomorrow night after Ari 8 I'll do this again. I don't know. I wasn't expecting this one to take this long, but I guess since it's one of the later chapters, it's only natural. So yeah. So I'm just gonna say thank you to anyone who showed up to chat, to hang out, to lurk, to do whatever. Pickle, Funky, thank you guys so much for the raid. It means a lot to me. And I hope everyone has a great rest of their night, has a great tomorrow, and I will talk to you all hopefully tomorrow when I go for the my Resident Evil 8 personal best, so to speak. So yeah, I mean, I have a lot of confidence. I think I might be able to get it in maybe like hour 40, but we'll see. So for now, take care of yourselves. Always remember, I appreciate y'all, and I'll talk to you later. Bye.